Yep. Yep. Hello. Hey, hey.
Yep.
How you doing? Welcome. I am Flat. Hi, Bori. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Jade. Hi, Brian. Hi, Numbers. Hello. Hope you are doing good. Welcome. I am Yippee. This is the third day of me. The third day of me not drinking coffee. I'm gonna fall asleep. Nah, I'm joking. I'm not gonna fall asleep. But yeah, I wanna play Taken. Too Big to Fail. It's such a good song. Honestly, everything about Hi-Fi Rush is so good. That's killer. Why'd you stop? Yeah, I mean, I stopped because my stomach feels weird. Yeah, I feel like me drinking too much coffee these days is kind of taking a toll on my stomach. Like I was having, sorry to say, but I was having like a bunch of diarrhea for the past few days. Sorry, for the past few days before I stopped drinking. Before I stopped drinking coffee, and according to the doctor, it's because that a coffee is too strong. Try to eat something that's not like too solid. Eat something like that's easier to digest for now. Coffee or tea, it's best to stop. So that's also why. So yeah, that's why I stopped. And I figured like stop for like a week, if I can, or 2 weeks. Good too. If you don't want to drink coffee but want an energy boost, matcha. Oh, I never thought about matcha, but isn't matcha kind of a tea as well? But I'm gonna assume it's not as strong. I mean, it's matcha. I'm very stinky. Oh, I forgot. It's green tea infusion thing. Then, yeah, I could try that. Stinky. You can sit on me. Hey. I'm gonna sit on both of you. Because I have to go in an hour. Oh. You can sit on me. Look, I'm so small that I can just sit on anywhere I want. It's fine. Only one person per knee. You're too small to do that. It's because I'm small that I'm allowed to do that, no? That I can sit on anyone. What? I've been paid. I mean, the pet is kind of off. Gonna get ready for app. Hope you have a wonderful stream. Thank you, Nexus. I'm not too sure what app is. But hey, good luck with app. And thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna assume boop is not right as well. Yeah. Oh, Archipelago. Alright, okay. And good luck with Archipelago. It's the randomizer we do on the weekends. Nice. Have fun. Have big fun with Archipelago. I'm gonna have fun with Technic as well. So this time, because last time I know what happened, is that they changed my options on my graphical settings in between matches to the lowest possible. I'm gonna set it to the lowest possible already, so that the game will not bully me like last time. Let's do it. I wanna play Taken. Hi, Hibli. Oh my god, it's the panda. Hello, welcome. Why am I gone? Oh right, oh yeah, I'm up. I forgot. Oh, everything is not aligned. There, now everything is aligned. Hope I didn't get hippie. Oh, Tira isn't real. She disappeared. No. I'm still here. Here, let me close this one. Open up. Taking stinky. I don't know if I have the reaction time today since I didn't drink coffee. Only one way to find out. I don't know if object permanence? What is a Tira? I don't know. I'm not too sure. What is a Tira? What? I think changing to this is a... Yeah, there we go. So that it would not flash as much. I don't know if I want to play Kazuya or Kuma today. I could play some Kazuya. And if my hand hurts, then I'll play Kuma. Here, let me set everything to the lowest possible first. I mean, it's pretty low. I mean, this is like I'm not wearing glasses and play the game. Oh my god, why am I playing this game in 144p? The game still looks so good though. Half naked Kazuya. Half naked Kazuya.
Get ready for the next battle.
We'd have taken it on the PS2. I know, right? Eat the good stuff. It still needs to load. I still cannot do the triple electric link. Or can I even do electrics? See? It's hard. Not real. I still cannot do it. Oh, not real. I don't know how people do it so consistently. I mean, at least I can do this. Right? So, I mean, because I cannot do this, I always go for like the simple stuff. I do this. Oh, what? Oh no, wait, what? Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. You must become one of the electric. I am the electric. I am becoming electric. I am just the electric current. Now I can do it. No. No, I thought I did it. No. It's the micro dash down for 1. It's a micro dash down for 1 that's hard. Ooh! Wait, I did it! How did I do it? How did I do it? Oh! Oh! I don't even know why I did differently. Oh my god. I am now one with electric. Oh, nope, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's okay. I think I'm just gonna do the simple stuff, you know? Just do this. I'm sorry. Sorry. I mean, it works, right? See? Oh, I can even go for... Ooh. Oh, what? Back 2, 2, 1 plus 2. That works. Alright, let's go play some online. Since it's Sunday afternoon, I'm gonna assume there's probably gonna be a lot more people playing. Hopefully. So that I don't get matched with the same person over and over again. Half Nikki. Nikki. Half Nikki Katya. Ah yes, like three Tiger Brothers for example. Yeah, god damn it, that was so bad. They were relentless too. I thought they would have some sort of a human emotion, thinking that, oh, they're very new, maybe we should not use the cards. No, they just go apeshit every round. It's like, oh no. Oh, that was fast. 6%? Okay. Oh no, 6%?
Get ready for the next battle.
Alright, I'm Tenryu. Oh, fuck, I forgot I'm Tenryu. Woo. I need to play like a Tenryu is. It's so stressy. Yeah, here we go. That was fast. Yiksu! Oh, that messed up. Nice punish. I love we're both just spamming electrics for no reason. Best combo in the game. Fair enough.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice, there was a flow chart. Quick stand tech. No, not the combo. Nice level. They still don't know yet. Nice. Oh, we take those. Nice. Oh, nice. Samsara. Ah, I did that too. No. We take those. Ooh. Yoshi? Don't stand like that. Woohoo! The electric crisp. No. Nice. Ooh, Samsara. I could have killed now. Oh, I'm minus. Good stuff.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Nice. Guaranteed. Yeah, that's 11. Oh, we take those.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, that was such a bad hell sweep. Cool, could do it. I'm gonna do it. Woohoo! Ah, Samsara! I dash forward. Not dead yet. Nice. Ooh, the lows, because the down 2 is pretty good. Oh my god, shit combo with these 2 kills.
Final round. Fight.
Nah, stop Samsara. We take those clean. Clean.
Get ready for the next battle.
And man, the portraits are so HD, and then you go into the game, it's like PS1. It's not even PS2 at this point, it's PS1. Oh, am I wearing my glasses? Oh no. Yeah, fine, just this once. 5-bar Wi-Fi I can try, but it's probably gonna have a lot of stutter because it's Wi-Fi.
Get ready for the next battle.
I want Armor King. To be fair, Armor King is really cool. Armor King is my pocket main in Tekken 7 as well. Yep. Yep. Kisama.
One. Fight.
Okay. Damn, I tried. This is a cheese. Very interesting, Reina. Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh shit. Hey. No, 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 no.
Kiori Kiori, you're our girl. Take this player for a whirl.
I'll take this player for a whirl if I can. Not dead yet. Oh, nice mid. I was stuck in.
Round 3. Fight.
I forgot about the second hit. Oh, sorry, third hit. Oh, they got combos. Really nice combos. But they spend all the heat on one combo though. Not sure if that's good or not. Spring kick. Jesus fucking Christ, your Wi-Fi is dying, buddy. Ow. Oh, fair enough. Okay, so they will always rage art at minus situation. Let's respect that. I can win against this if I have more patience. Nice, be patient. Nice 11.
You win. 話にならんな。
話にならんな。話にならんな。Damn, this person's Wi-Fi is absolutely horrendous. I'm still playing them. Duck it, duck it. They're on all the piloting. Nice. They tried. They're doing either high or lows, so... Or not. They're listening to me. It's in a minus 16? Oh, forgot about second hit. Oh, nice. 442. Good reach. Ashi. Oh, good choice. Never did that before. No, nice. They got combos. I ducked. Okay, I cannot be afraid. Alright. Oh my god. Oh, it's the cheese! Doesn't work anymore. Ooh! High crush. No punish. Oh dude, I pressed it now. But then again, it's impossible to break throws in this situation, buddy. Lex. I could kill. Minus 11. Okay.
Round 4. Fight.
They're never ducking. The fuck? How tracking is that? Nice. Buddy, Jesus fucking Christ! This is what I get for playing Wi-Fi. Oh, I'm dead. A terrible Wi-Fi. Absolutely terrible Wi-Fi. Alright, after this one, no more Wi-Fi forever. Like, I always wanted to give benefit of the doubt of like, maybe Wi-Fi could do good. Never again. I'm sorry, but Wi-Fi, no. Just get an Ethernet cable, it's not even that hard.
Fight.
Nice. Then duck that. Hmm? Okay, take it slow. Oh my god, it's horrendous. Why am I playing against Wi-Fi? Never again. Never again. Fair enough, I was airborne. Good stuff. Now it's friends versus friends. It's really fun when we play free for all with friends. Damn. Oh, my back there is so not clean. Dude! Bad connection, buddy. My inputs keeps getting eaten. Alright, no more Wi-Fi. Duly noted, never Wi-Fi again. Oh god, it was so fun. Yeah, it's really good when we play the free-for-all. Although getting beat down by a tree tiger team was not fun though. What if I play on Wi-Fi? If you are playing not ranked with Wi-Fi, okay. If you play ranked with Wi-Fi, sorry, no. Three Tigers all with Katana. Katana is a bit of a pup weapon, it's still good though. Pup? Playing against level 250 plus Sweat Lord is not fun. Playing against your friends is in fact fun. Who would have thunked? I know, right? Who would have thunked? That playing with friends on a game that's called Friends versus Friends is fun.
Get ready for the next battle.
Reina reigns supreme today? I had 2 Reinas in a row. Who could have thunked? Kisama. Itai. Nanimono da. TDR! That's -10, you have to... Oh, yeah, no break that. Oh, it's a setup. I'll do it again. Oh, that's good. I guess they like throw. Nice. They punished them for 1-4. I mean, they don't know if it's punishable, but I think they just pressed it. Flash punch to flash punch, the classic. Nice confirm. What's the tree over there? Do it again. And plus. that's a beat down. I kind of feel bad, but it's ranked. Nice! That was so good. Spring kick. Ah, couldn't do it. Throw. Down -4 with that. Oh, good. No health steal against this person, then like Daken. Good punish, that's -15. I have patience, you cannot do that against me. I don't know why I'm still doing the hard combo, but nice! They tried. That was really good. They got some nice electrics going on there just now, towards the end there. Like, they saw me throw some electrics and they're like, I can do it too. I remember that was how I felt back then. When I was playing online, playing Heihachi in Tekken 7. And then people doing electric, it's like, I can do that too! And then messed up a few times and got killed for it. I was there. That's why I was like, that person is a... I respect that person just now. Like, really good. I mean, sure, you can play Reina in a very cheesy way, right? But they're relying on electrics a little bit. I was like, ooh, that's cool.
Get ready for the next
Jin!
battle.
Hey, we meet again! It's the Jin! It's the first Jin match. This is back to Tekken 7 matchmaking again.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice, I pressed. Hold up. Nice. That one ready. Samsara? Oh, Samsara! Oh, sorry, that's not Samsara. Dive kick. Nice. I messed up! Samsara. Nice. They messed up. Almost died for it. Samsara! Too many times! I've been hit by the flowchart. The setup, sorry. Oh. Oh, nice! Nasty setup. Nice, down 2 on round start. Nice armor. The situational awareness is so good with this player. Ow. Let's go! Clean! Clean! Tight match.
Round 1. Fight.
You cannot sidestep there. Nice!
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, I respawn. Nice. Oh, is it not minus 16? Oh, we blocked that and punish. Tight.
Get ready for the next battle.
Tight. Tight. It's not TIGHT anymore, it's TITE. Tight. I'm still doing this combo for whatever reason. Oh, wow. I need to drink more water. It's like every time I play Tekken, I'm so thirsty.
Get ready for the next battle.
Look for back 3-3.
Fight.
You would finish that string in neutral? Ow, nice. Nice. I tried. Slide. I didn't break it. Oh my god, what is that? While standing 3 damage? What the fuck? Nice. Set up. Set up. Nice, I'm dead. Good stuff, good stuff. Nice. Keep forgetting about that. I ducked. Good beat. I got so lucky. Let's go, mighty ruler. So close to purple rank. My first ever purple rank.
Yep.
Yep. They don't want to play? Yeah. I mean, I was kind of suspicious of how they played, but they made some good reads though. It's okay. No more Wi-Fi, sorry. -9 on block? Oh. Only on counter hit it knocks down? It's just... play Wi-Fi anymore. Never Wi-Fi again. I got traumatized. Utoshi. Nah, this one is too hard. Yeah, perfect electric is too hard. I don't think I can do it, like, ever. Like 13 frames while standing. Okay. So long as it's not Wi-Fi, then it's good enough.
Get ready for the next battle.
More Jin. Raijin? Raijin Jin? Monk trademark.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, they actually finished the string. Nice timing. Ooh, what a step. They're very aware. What is that? They're so good at that. Oh, so aware. So good at stepping. Oh, so aware. Look at that. It's so good.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, I tried. Nice. The schmick going down. Oh, what a stab!
Final round. Fight.
Oh. $11. Nice. Ah, one break. We take the win. We take that. That was hard-earned win. Holy shit. We take those against a Raijin. Come on, how is that not a mighty ruler?
Round 1. Fight.
Nice punish. Ooh, what a pickup! On a trade too. Nice! That's that. Good shit! Beautiful! Oh, water seru no da. Not that yet. Oh, I didn't do a dash block.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, I pressed one. I think I'm -1 there. Nice.
Round 3. Fight. Fight.
Nice. Oh, I'm dead. Nice. Oh. Fine. I tried to punish it. Good shit.
Round one. Fight.
So aware. Nice. Perfect punish.
Round two. Fight.
Oh my god.
Round three. Fight.
Nice. Woohoo! Pain. Nice. Good choice. Should have expected that. Nice. I got greedy.
Round four. Fight.
Nice. Yeah, they know that I'm trying to react to the string now. Good confirm. Plus, I press one. Should be able to break throws.
Final round. Fight.
Good timing. Oh, I tried. Nice, I ducked. I didn't duck this time. Good low. Whoa. Whew, what a sequence. Yeah, definitely very strong. Kopo sweating. I'm actually sweating fighting against this person because they are Raijin. I think that's like at least 4 ranks above me.
Battle.
At least 4 ranks, I feel like. Man, that was great. I took a match from them though. A match. It's not a round. I won a match against them. Shit. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. That was good, that was good. I'm definitely not blushing because of something else. Yeah. Yeah, I guess back to 1 plus 2, it recovers faster, but the wall combo is kind of hard to do. Like the wall split is like already very low. I guess I'll do down for 1, down for 2 for the wall carry still. Yeah, it's more consistent. Less damage though. I did this combo against them just now. Feels good. Not real. I guess this will be my combo? Yeah. Like a huge stun state and then just do 1 electric into back 2-2. A 4%. Yeah, huge stun state, sidestep left. Electric.
Get ready for the next battle.
Indian. Indian. Hi, Cheesecake.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice step. Let's go finish the string.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice, flow track. Ooh.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. We take that.
You win.
Hanashiri narana. Hope you're doing good, Cheesecake. Hanashiri narana. They were thinking about it. I'm so close to purple rank. Let's go promo. Ooh, what a step. That was beautiful. Doesn't work. Tio! Nice mid. Tio! Oh, that's a launcher. That's a weird looking launcher. Nice. I ducked. I totally ducked. I cannot take that bait too many times. Bro? Damn, they were so good with that. And that. Good shit. They totally changed how they play. Wonderful. One eye, 最强. Are they getting coached? Are they like having coach? Oh, this step is so good. Not clean. Good punish. Kusio! Oh, on 1-1, right. I was actually looking for 1-3, and then they did 1-1 there. They like 1-3 into back 1. Like classic Fang. Oh, fair enough. They were ducking. I was thirsty. Tio! Nice basketball movement. Nice! Very oppressive. Nice. Oh, what a side step. That was a Hail Mary.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice. The disrespect. Nice, I ducked. Kusio. Oh, I'm dead. Nice, good stuff. Very strong. 6 ranks above? Yeah, I don't know why I'm getting paired against like someone who's not plus minus 3 ranks. But I'm getting like Bussin, Kishin, Raijin. I don't know. Maybe there's no purple ranks playing. There's no red and purple ranks playing. There's only yellow and blue ranks playing, I guess. I'm pretty surprised too. My mistake is that I'm not wave punishing that Fang enough. Although I still got a match against that Fang, so it's a win in my book again. It's Kishin. Like my Tekken 7 experience is that my highest rank is a Suzaku. A Suzaku is like highest red ranks. Yeah, highest red rank. Which is what I have right now, but it's called Tenryu. Because I think in Tekken 7 red ranks are Genbu, Byakko, Seiryu, and then Suzaku. Like the four mythical beasts. And then this one is just all like all dragon. Garyu, Shinryu, Tenryu.
Get ready for the next battle.
Tekken God? Oh wait, it's the Fang just now, but they're playing the Tekken God. I don't know why I'm getting Tekken God ranks, but okay. This is their main, I guess. 10 ranks above. Ooh. Nice delay. So many delays. Oh, what a whip punish. I can whip punish against them. Yeah, fair enough. From one cheese character to another cheese character? Yeah. But they have fundamentals. Nice. Oh, no chance. But I want to play them.
Round one. Fight.
They're so good at stepping though. That's bad. Oh, feels fast. Oh, the range. Good stuff. I should be able to break throws, but Dragona's throw is a little bit hard to break. Nice. Not ducking. Ah, no ducking! What did I say? No ducking! And I still ducked because I got so scared! Bad punish. Could have killed. And we killed! That's -9. Nice step. No. Nice. I cannot do that. I cannot do that. No ducking. No ducking. Oh! The timing. I did dump it 1-2, but too late. Nice! I did mine too. Oh my god, the step is so good! I have nothing but respect. Nice. Yeah. Really good. Yeah, they have the fundies. They really have the fundies. The step is so on point.
Get ready for the next battle.
Very on point. I got a round from that and man, do I take it. It's a little bit unfortunate though because it doesn't look like there's a lot of people playing. Even though it's not far enough. Really? 112? I thought 112 is the most war carry? But I guess I was wrong. From one cheese character to another cheese character. No Wi-Fi. Oh, it's so good. Kobo gets matched 6 ranks higher. I don't know why. A Kobo it's not good. Kobo is getting bodied. Oh fuck. Alright, here we go. Xiaoyu, Alisa, Feng.
Get ready for the
Dragon no
next battle.
Fu! There we go, Dragon no Fu! Oh, it's this map again, Jesus. Okay.
Round 1.
12%. Let's see if they disconnect if they lose. That doesn't work, right? Yeah. Oh, I got thirsty. I need to duck that.
Round 2. Fight.
Take care. Duck that. It's not a good string. I can punish that. I can punish this. Works every time. Oh. Fair enough.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice! That was actually good. Ooh! Combo? Combo seed? Oh, how far am I flying off? Okay. Nice, good mix. This is that. That could optimize the kill. Big jab. Big jab. Okay, they like big jabbing to get the turn back. Low parry a little bit more against this person. Why are they getting hit every time? They're 10 real, they should know forward 4 is +4.
Round 1. Fight.
Look at that big jab. Nice step. Nice, I did it too. Ooh, they weren't ready though. Oh my god, they know I can react to it, really? It's the only time I react to it too!
Round 2. Fight.
They're bringing out all the cheese now. Duck that. I need to duck that. Big jab. Oh no, I pressed it, no.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh. I need to be careful. Just block against this person. Picture. You saw what I tried to do there, right? Oh, they're blocking. Aye. Oh, it's a mid? I thought it's a a mid high. I didn't duck. I pressed a button instead. They could have killed me there. Nice, I'm dead. Say wall safe? Not like that. Nice. It's alright. There are times where I'm just not patient enough. Let's play more patiently. They're throwing a lot of unsafe stuff. Oh my god. Some string stuck them. Nice. Almost. Oh. Need to duck those 2 strings. Duck them! Don't press them! Oh my god. Chill. Everything's fine. Really? Nice. Really? That was a mistake. I could have killed him properly. Yeah, I need to duck that. And then... Almost. Big check. Oh! Damn, they're so good at they're blocking every single hell sweep. Oh, my sidestep was not clean. My step block is not clean. Duck it! Duck! Come on. They're just throwing out to let me learn at this point. Oh, nice. I was low parrying. They block every single hell sweep though. It's kinda scary. Oh my god, I cannot duck the string for whatever reason. I don't think it's that hard. It's punishable. Mid. Oh my god. GG. Well, GG, but I didn't learn shit because I can't even duck strings. I'm pretty sure the back 4-4 is duckable as well. Oh, sorry, no, it's down 4-4. Down 4-4, not back 4-4. There's no such thing as back 4-4. Yeah, down 4-4 duckable, down 4-1-4 duckable as well. I didn't even duck them. I feel terrible. Wolfen 2. Hey! Welcome. And thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing good.
Get ready for the next battle.
Burr! Oh my god, the burr!
Round 1. Fight.
Nice. Oh, the bait, nice. The Steel's Alphen? My 17. Nice. Uh-oh, high crush, high crush, high crush. I'm getting baited again.
Round 3. Fight.
Good armor. Oh, they messed up. The fish's too good. And my timing is too bad. I had the feeling that it doesn't work. Good armor. Guarantee. Oh, nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Minus 19. Fair enough. That's very obvious. Break. No. Mid. 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 We take those.
Round 3. Fight.
It's plus. It's not plus. But it's not as minus. Oh, how can I not break it?
Round 4.
Its bare hand is super obvious. Almost. Oh, that tracks to the left. Oh my god, bear has no legs, I forgot. A bear has no legs, I cannot do low against them. A bear look, it's not intended, but it's how it's what I mean.
Get ready for the next battle.
I forgot bear has no legs, you cannot do low against them. Unless you're at like kissing range against bear, then you can do lows. The down back 3 whiffs hurts me so much. It's such a long range low and it whiffs. Bear has legs, but his dumpy is too fucking big. Only in this game where bear has like an entirely different hitbox. It's very weird. You have to do like an entirely different combo against Kuma.
Get ready for the next battle.
Against bears, essentially.
Fight.
Well, it's a generic throw, buddy. Not that punishable. It's a generic throw, how can I not break it?
Round 2. Fight.
Must be punishable. Second hit. Oh, I forgot about the second hit. Oh my god, oppressive as fuck.
Round 3. Fight.
Let's punish. I hate it when this happens, buddy. The sidestepping doesn't work. And then the second one, side walking, still hits. Ooh, that feels like shit. Oh, that feels like absolute trash. When the move that's supposed to be linear as fuck hits. Oh, it grinds my gears, I'm telling you. First one. For some reason I couldn't break this person's throw. I mean, their color is a little bit too similar to the background, I feel like. Like, can you even see what's going on? Game?
Round 3. Fight.
Next punish. Nice, I ducked. Oh! Nice. Are they reading what I'm doing? Actually kinda scary. I was like, after Sentai 3 they always... I forgot. I forgot again. I deserve this loss so hard. Good punish. Oh boy. Woof. 4-4-2. They don't even need anything else. They were not doing anything else, but I got killed by 4-4-2 Sentai alone. I wanted to step Sentai, but somehow it's not working. I thought Sentai has been like removed tracking. Like sorry, 4-4-2 has removed tracking. That sidestep was crispy. That one sidestep into a side switch was insane. I like that too. I mean, I thought they removed the tracking a little bit so that the sidestepping wouldn't be too tight, I guess, but it's still kind of hard to sidestep it. Like, there were so many times I'm trying to like sidestep and then I just get clipped by it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Channeling the power of I'll try. The power of vampire blood sucking dragon. Oh shit. A very fearless hell sweeps. That whiffed, okay. Guess that was pretty obvious. Uh-oh. I'm -9. Why would I want to press button there? Jesus. They're just pressing buttons. That's Jin for you. Press all the buttons. Jesus, what the fuck? Not that punishable. No Meruna. Ow. Ow. Hoop. Hoop. Oh, I did that too. It's a generic throw. Why am I not breaking them? Holy shit. Of course they don't punish. Let's go. Of course they don't want to punish. Let's go. Minus 19, getting away with murder. I got away with murder twice. Yeah, 3 times. Tries. That's a word, right? Press all the combos and buttons. And Jade helped me win. Who knew Jade is good at Tekken? And Jade in gaming. I feel like I cannot play Kazuya for too long now. I feel my hand hurts. I can play a little bit of Kuma afterwards. This is what I always do. I think if people are fast enough, they can take roll out of it. Because to properly do it, you have to do like one waifu. So that is always guaranteed on, always guaranteed to hit. But I always forget to do it. And to do one waifu has some, puts a little bit of mental stack on me. I'm not a true Kazuya main. Oh, I'm not a true Mishima main then. You notice that I keep dashing, tap up for a little bit so that I can do a 4-foot-4 dash in. Yeah, that's what I always do. I think if they're fast enough, they can tech roll away from it, or like roll on the ground away from it. I don't think they can hold back or like hold up for the quick stand and block it. I think. Utoshi. Sure? No? Okay. No. No, it's so hard.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh. Double Kazuya? Oh my god, it's a dripped out Kazuya. Minus 11. You throw that string at me, I'm gonna throw it at you. That's not punishable, but I did block. Oh, that was good. Oh. Utoshi brick. Plus 5. Plus minus 8. Entry. Hi, Toy-Sasas. Plus 5. Minus. Oh! What a high crush. Actually. Oh, nice. Yuck! Plus 5. I didn't punish it. I thought they were gonna. Nice. You know I'm gonna throw it back at you, right? You throw that string, if I didn't low parry that, are you gonna eat that one as well? Hope you're doing good, Toy-Sasas. Oh, man. My Kazuya matchup, very bad. Ooh, nice step. How did I not break that? I pressed it. You have to low parry it, buddy. Nice. What was that? Oh, I should have waited for a little bit longer. Sorry, that was a missing. Doria! Doria! We love some Doria!
Get ready for the next battle.
I love Doria. Doria at the wall is actually kinda scary. I mean, Doria is +5, right? Yeah, Doria is +5, and then because at the wall there's no pushback. And since there's no pushback, and now they are at -5 with their face in front of me. It's like, oh no. Oh no. Oscar? I don't think I know anything about Oscar though. Or like Tekken 8 Oscar has a lot of new stuff that I don't know. How did I not break? Oh, I got hit by a second hit. Oh. Nice. Did I not break that? Is it 1+2? Oh, nice. Oh, I can't react to that. No, they just do it raw. Is that armor really that good? Oh! Oh! Get baited. What? I did a jab though! I know they're looking for it. I thought I baited them. I did a jab only. Oh, that's very far. Good. Oh, nice. I don't think she has a full crouch low, question mark? Oh, it tracks, nice. ground. Oop. Nice block. No punish! Hello? That move is really good though. Yeah, I'm getting Asuka. It's normal. If I'm getting Asuka, means I'm not good enough with the matchup. Someday I'll stop getting Asuka. Like, duck that string, you know? How do they punish that? Back 1-2? Oh my god. Oh, why did I duck? Don't duck against Asuka. There's no reason. I did down for 2. Hi, Crush. Big combo. Please. I didn't press one. Oh, I did press a hell sweep. Okay. Shit. I thought it's not gonna register. Fine. I did press pretty early, so I thought it's not gonna just. It's fair. Oh. Why is it so tough? Why is it so tough? It's not supposed to be this tough. What? You and your safe low, bitch. God damn it. It's mesh. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm getting scared. Oh no. Is it a 1 break? Is that a 2? Looks like a 2. Jesus fucking Christ, how did I punish that? I pressed 1+2? Maybe a little bit too late. I'm checking a replay after this. Not that punishable. I think I pressed 1 though. This one I pressed 1. Yeah, I know. That feels like shit. Solve the full crouch 1+2 break. I pressed it. Alright, time to expose myself for being bad at the game.
For the next battle.
I mean, I guess it's kind of a rite of passage, you know? Getting cheesed to death, yeah. Especially back 3, I don't know how to punish that. Yeah, I know I can duck that. They only did it once. Oh, I pressed... Oh, really? 2 came out first when I pressed 1+2? Is that why I cannot break throws? Yeah, it's -16. Down back 1-2. Oh, this one is a while standing tree, right? So while standing tree is a little bit different, I guess. Yeah, I did press the hell switch quite early, right? Wait, do that again. Here? Yeah, I mean, I thought this one would not register, but I guess I did press it too late. So the hell switch comes out. Because there are some cases where the command doesn't go through. Is that not punishable? It's a safe mid launcher, okay. It's a safe mid launcher, got it. There has to be a way to sidestep that move. I did try to sidestep once and I got through for it. I pressed 1. That was me being stupid. Oh my god, you can't be punished by forward 3 only? I mean, fair enough, it goes back so far. Yeah, I pressed 1 again. Yeah, so that one is down back 1-2. While saying 3 is down back 1-2. This one I don't believe. There's always like this one frame of 2 that fucks me up. My input is not clean, really? That kills me? Man, that feels like shit. But I pressed it though, like I pressed it at the same time. I know I talked about this problem a little bit on this controller as well, but this is the controller that I play Tekken with. Wait, get back. After this combo. Not real combo, by the way. Oh, it's 13, so twin piston. I pressed 1 here, yeah. God damn it. My 1+2 input is not clean. That is what killed me. I've broken so many throws, but I've broken so many 1+2 throws, but they just don't. They register 2 first. It's so upsetting.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, here we go. I'm pressing it at the same time. They always register 2 first. Why? Oh, there we go. That's a clean 1+2. Is it the same with the other controller? I never tried this. I don't think it's my problem. Let me cope for a little bit, but I think it's the controller's problem. Who knows, I might be right. Alright, I'm using my old controller. But the down button's already broken with this one. Yeah, the down button is already broken. Okay, 1+2. Oh. 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 It's all 1+2 clean. It's so clean. My hand is clean. The controller is not clean. Fuck me. Oh, what now? See, I can do 1+2 clean inputs. I'm not bad at the game. I can break bros. Ah, why? Oh, that's one input there. Right, it's very clean. I got this. I can press 2 buttons at the same time. It's not hard. I'm not a monkey. I'm not monkey. I can press 2 buttons at the same time. This one down is already broken though. I have another one. Give me a second. Oh, I found it. This one is kind of a newer one. But I just don't like how the D-pad feels. Here, let me try. If this one works, I guess I can try. There. Where's the sound? Alright, this controller has like a weird... Yeah, this controller is counted as like a headset earphone for whatever reason. This controller counts as one headset earphone. It's a PS4 controller, come on. Oh. It's kinda clean. It's better than the old one that I've been using. But this one... They always have like an extra down forward input for this one, I don't know why. See? Oh. It feels weird. It feels so inconsistent with the electric for whatever reason. It always has like that extra downward input with this newer controller, which is why I don't use this to play Tekken at all. I mean, honestly, I buy controllers. Look, I buy PS4 controllers for the sake of playing Tekken, okay? And shit is not cheap. Like each PS4 controller costs like 100 to 200 ringgit or something plus. So it's like, what? It's kind of expensive. It's so weird. At least the 1+2 input is quite clean. I mean, sure, I have this. I have this L1 button as 1+2, but sometimes you're gonna break throws. You're gonna have this two thingies on the 2 punch buttons. You know, at the same time they can react to it. It's easier to use my left thingy to like react to a 1+2 break. Oh man. It's the extra down for input for whatever reason. The extra down for input for 1 frame. I don't know if it's like, I don't know if the controller is giving me cheats with the old one that I've been using. Alright, I'm just here testing out all the controllers possible now. Okay, I'm using the one that I've been using with very messy down for 1+2 input. Look at that! It's so much easier for whatever reason. The difference is... What? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why? Uh-oh. The input is not clean though, this one. To break 1+2 throw, I have to use my left thingy? Ooh, I mean, it's kinda hard. Ooh. I guess it's something that I can practice? Question mark. Great. The wall, the wall fuck string. Wall fuck string. I love how you call it wall fuck string. This one. The best looking combo ender and the best looking wall ender in the game, in my very opinion. Great. Well, I guess I need to practice breaking 1+2 breaks with this button. Man, it's so hard though. And sad Kobo noises. Even the first is a -10? Oh, I didn't even know. To be fair, it's like delayable. What do you call it? An old dude is completely wailing out there, busting out all the flashy moves. True, true. Playing that shit. So good. Great. Kuroi! I guess I can play some Kuma. Yeah, let's relax a little bit and play some Kuma. Why not? I cannot believe me getting thrown is because the input is not clean. God damn it. It's so sad, honestly. Kuma! Kuma! Tekken got Kuma when? Oh, man, I feel like never. Dude, it's a tough Tekken world out there.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, even this is not clean. It's hard to get it clean. I think it's just this controller's problem. Somehow they will always register. Is it too sensitive? Question mark?
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh wait, my Kuma is Tenryu, I just realized. No one told me that my Kuma is Tenryu. Shit. Alright, how do you play Kuma? I forgot. Here we go. Come and get some. Come. Come. 1-1-1. Pop. Shit. Oh, that was actually good. What? How fast does it recover? I have a sneaky season's Tekken God is run by Reina, Dragunov, and Victus along DJ. Devil Jin? Devil Jin is like the weakest character in the game currently though. Good. Misinput. Chill, misinput. Fish. Ato. Stop that shit. Ato. Water. Oh yeah! Oh, they want to play? Okay. The Scum is a 1-frame up tilt? I have no idea. What's a 1-frame up tilt? 1-1-1. Oh shit! Ato! I didn't go parry that. You never learn, do you? I'm reacting to it. What do you mean? Oh. Misinput. Hey, the dragon tail, dragon tail. Dragon tail. Oh, wow. Oh, it's a flowchart. I'm doing it. Low. Oh no, I'm getting load. Woo. Woo. Hoo-yah. Hoo-yah. Bah. You. Oh, wow. They just go for it. Ow. Ow. Achwa! Ooh. Achwa! Leg and tail? Aya! Oh. You know what? I have to respect them not respecting frames. Achwa! Achwa! If you cannot beat them, join them. Achoo!
Round one. Fight.
That move is so good. Ow. Achoo! In Tekken they're called launchers? I need to duck that. Woo! Duck that. Duck that! Aqua! Nah, I was waiting for it. Aqua! Oh. Watch out! Achoo! What? Yeah. Oh, water. I need water.
Get ready for the next battle.
An up tilt is an up tilt, and one frame in how long it takes to get up tilt. In Tekken, they're called launchers. There's no one frame. Even like the fastest move in Tekken is like 6 frames. Yoshi's Flash. That's like 6 frames. Tekken's most fastest move in the game, I think. Like Kuma is a 15 frame punish. That's like really good. Yeah, down for 2. Kuma's down for 2 is really good. So down for 2-1 is like a 15 frame launcher.
Battle.
Down for 2-1. Eat a thing. I'm a bird.
Round one. Fight.
Why am I not surprised? Shmiksu! Demon uppercut! Broken! Damn it! Oh.
Round two. Fight.
Eat! Oh. Yeah. Yeah. How's one grabs which limb is right limb, 1 or 2? One is left. One is left arm. 2 is right arm. 3 is left leg. 4 is right leg. I think it's minus 15. Oh. It's minus 13. Ow! I could wait for any thoughts there. I knew that. Do that again, I'll kill you. Love the bear electrics. One more on round start? Hell yeah, man, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna commit to it too. I did. Oh, that's us. Yeah. Shika. How can I not reacting to that shit? That's like the most obvious Hwarang string. Bear electrics. Oh, there's a whip punish in the half. Trick Sir. Look for the string. They're gonna do it. No punish. Oh, come on. I was waiting for it too. Oh, they're ready too. Nice. Oh, I should low parry that.
Final round. Fight.
Get bared. Look, I played Kazuya, now it's my turn to play Kuma, god damn it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Although, this is not to say that Kazuya is not fun to play, you know? Kazuya is just hard to play. You know, sometimes it's like very sweaty playing Kazuya. So, you know, gonna play Kuma from time to time to have fun a little bit. You know, the easy 15 frame punish. Broken damage. Broken damage, we love that. Bear electrics, plus 9 on block, full charge. Let's spam that shit. Fish. Plus 22 on block. Wall splat. Delayed third hit. Very delayable. Most people eat this. You can delay it more, I think. Yeah, you can delay it a lot more. I can play Wi-Fi with Kuma. Kuma Wi-Fi is fine. There's no need
Get
for
ready the
execution.
next battle.
But I do need to break throws against King. And that Flame Ruler, they are probably gonna do a lot of Shining Wizard to test if I can break throws or not. So let's try to react to that. At least try, right?
Round one. Fight.
Flame Ruler eats it. Sorry, missed input. I forgot to press down. It's not just 1+2. Yaki biki. Is that? That's a punish and a half. Was that 1+2 break? Oh, nice low.
Round three. Fight.
Looks like a 2 break. Oh, I cannot step that.
Round four. Fight.
Shit! There's a 1+2 break. They're not doing 1 break though. Very interesting.
Final round. Fight.
Explosion? Whee! Nice. I didn't break it. Oh, nice challenge. Good stuff. I am actually breaking throws. What the fuck? I broke like 5 throws in a row. Holy shit.
Round one. Fight.
Why would you do that again?
Round two. Fight.
Oh, nice okay. Ow. Nice mid.
Round three. Fight.
I pressed the button! Throw. Oh, is there one break this one? Oh, it's a Shining Wizard, of course. They're not doing a lot of Shining Wizard, I'm surprised.
Fight.
Ah! I thought that's a count hit. Shining Wizard? Ah! Come on, react the throws. Oh! Ah, my package is not clean. Show them that collect the shiny and stow it away to give the dragon. Just
Get
couple
ready
things.
for the next battle.
I need shiny. I actually need shiny for myself. I don't tell my dragon though. I'm taking the shiny for myself. It's happening again. That was a weird lag. Do people still play Raven or not? I haven't seen a single Raven. Yeah, it's so rare.
Ready for
Weird.
the next battle.
Lil Pump, Devil Jin. I don't see Raven. Like, Devil Jin is the shittiest character in the game currently, and then people still play Devil Jin because Devil Jin is fun to play. I don't know about Raven. Never really played Raven before.
Round one. Fight.
Immediate sidestep too. Nice, back four. Not the punish. Low. Plus. Big jab.
Fight.
Oh, nice. Nice, I pressed one. Doesn't work against Kuma! Unfortunate. Doesn't work against Kuma! Man, this Devil Jin is gonna be so devastated. Not like that. Capture. Good punish. Oh, that's guaranteed because I pressed that's a counter hit. Don't press button there, don't challenge! Get robbed. I'm sorry I had to experience this, Devil Jin.
Round one. Fight.
Ooh. Not that punishable. I didn't break that. Shimix. I shouldn't be doing that. They know what I'm trying to do. Nice. Too late. I didn't break that. I pressed 2 first.
Round 3. Fight.
I need that back. Plus. Back 4. I was low pairing, but too late. Disrespect. Oh, come on! I can break throws! I can break throws! I did it though! No, too many times. Ow! Can I cope? I'm gonna cope by saying that I can hardly see this Devil Jin, it's too black. That's minus, buddy. That's so minus.
Final round. Fight.
Too late. Oh, oops. They almost did it. Ah, missed input! I could have killed there. 4-3 is like minus 10,000.
Get ready for the next battle.
Minus 10,000 did it down for 1. Oh, wow, who would have thunked? Kuma is way easier to play. Just have it as a combo ender? Which one? Down for 1. Oh, you mean Devil Jin's for 3? Hot sauce Singapore. Hot sauce. I mean, I assume SG is Singapore, you know, because hot sauce is a word, SG is a word. Yeah. Tor. 1-1-1. Oh my god, they're so good. They know how to punish 1-1-1. You're just a yellow ring or orange ring. How are you so good? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, the Tekken prowess. That makes sense. I was like, oh shit. Take care. Hiya! Minus 13. Nice. Nope. Nah, I win. What? Oh my god. They're just wailing, they're just flailing. What the fuck? Minus 13. Minus 13. Good hit. Sure. Nice mid. Yeah, as a Kuma I cannot sidestep, so Hwoarang's matchup is gonna be really difficult. I can only guess. Yep.
Round one. Fight.
I think I can do this into yeah. Ow. I'm a bear. I'm a bear.
Fight.
That was good. Where are you from? I think I'm -3 there.
Round three. Fight.
High crush. The high crush is insane.
Fight.
Nice. He's just gonna outspam Hwoarang, I guess. Need to outspam Hwoarang because they always retaliate, so just armor whenever I can. Well, armor whenever I'm minus. That's the thing. Wee, wee. Oh, fair enough. I'm a bear. I didn't break that. Hop kick, save me! Hop kick! Don't forget Bear has a hop kick. Whee! What? Low? Low? Don't know if this works though. That works? That was kinda sick! I didn't know that works! Not dead yet. Whoa, that kills? We take those. I mean, look at my health. Tsurikatsu! Oh, come on, I broke it. A good mid move. Didn't expect the bear palm. Kuma Shinken.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, Kuma is a lot easier to play. I feel like no stressor. No stressor playing Kume. I just need to rely on a few strings, that's it. This is so strong. Maybe on high level play this will not work, but for now, if it works, it works. Even this by itself is a mind game. I could just let it rip. Let it rip. Ah, 358 damage. Insane. With punish without for 2-1. I can play Wi-Fi. It's gonna be hard to break throws though, but it's fine.
Get ready for the next battle.
I regret everything I ever said. Help. Help. It's okay, just gonna out spam Alyssa. Alright, use more armor against Alyssa. Why not, right? I'm pretty sure they're not even gonna punish that. Never playing Wi-Fi, never. If I'm playing Kazuya, then never. Hooked. Thank you, Kuma. Thank you, Kuma. I love you, Kuma. I love you, Kuma, for a good low string. Thank you, Kuma. I am somehow ducking the strings though, I'm surprised. 1-1-1 round start is probably gonna work. See? Oh, hell sweep? Sorry, Snake Edge. Dude. Cooked. I forgot to step that. Do some duckable strings. Oh, feels so good. Man, this is what it feels to destroy a cheese with a cheese? Fuck. I'm never playing Kazuya again. Joking.
Get ready for the next battle.
This is a villain arc of Tierra. I'm gonna become a villain. Kobo become villain. Why not? That feels so good. It's not my fault, right? They just don't know what to look for, right? I mean, I know what to look for. I'm ducking the 1-2-2, 1-1s. Although I still cannot do anything with the chainsaw though, because Alisa sucks. A free 70% damage combo? Nice.
Get ready for the next battle.
Buff Hwarang. Okay, you know what? Hwarang did get nerfed pretty badly, so I guess that's why people are saying buff Hwarang. Hwarang is just annoying. Hwarang is hard to play. I get it. Nice punish. They know. That was obvious. I gotta do this. Ow! I mean, I know they're gonna do the setup. I should just stay on the ground and roll. Secure! Nice, they know what they're doing. 18 win streak. Deserved. Plus. Oh, I didn't break it in time. Ow! Good stuff.
Round 3. Fight.
Double. Nice. Nice. Good stuff. This guy doesn't need buff. This player doesn't need buff. They're really good.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice. Guarantee. There's some legacy knowledge as well. They dug back to 1. Good stuff. Oh, I was too late. Oh, should have ducked a little bit longer. Looks like a high string. Mid. They can hit confirm that. Nice. Woo, good punish.
Round 4. Fight.
Fair enough. That forfeit. Mid. Ah, they confirmed it. Very strong Hwoarang. Yeah, this one is a very strong Hwoarang. I mean, buff Hwoarang, right? No. Hwoarang got nerfed this patch, so I couldn't complain much. Morning, Brian. Hope you have a good sleep. I'm playing a bird. I'm a bird. Go! Go! Call! A morning call! Call! No, you could. Hey yo.
Get ready for the next battle.
Jin! Ima. 前に進む
Round 1. Fight.
1-1-1 Miss it, but how far can you go doing 1-1-1? Quite far, I guess. Down 2? Fair enough. Not that punishable. Isn't that -10? So they're gonna do 1, 2, 3 into down 2 all the time. 1, 2, 3 down for 2. Yeah, see? Nameru. Still doing it. You're gonna make my wife jealous. Oh my god, is Barry gonna be my first purple rank? Like the Eddie Bond all the way to fucking Mighty Root doing only 3-3? Yeah. Depends on who they are fighting against, right? She's constantly working to claim the laying spot first then. That's just doing it. React to that. Not that punishable. Oh, there's a slow. Plus. Nice. Nameru. Rob， 轻冲轻冲轻，哈哈！现在我要开始扒高你的脸了，来！我可是一只 baby， 扒高你的脸，过来！叫不要挥空，跟你讲，扒过去，不要挥空。OK， 我挥空了，可是啊，嗯。库玛没有脚，脚太短了。哦，可以啊。哎呀，真的是贪心哦。Now for Malay Kuma. Tapi saya tak pandai Malay. 哦，不能的，他很喜欢这样来打。我手太短了，他给我呼吸空间了 ，OK 了。那没人，哎，怎么我蹲真的是？Hi Shakrolin。还是中打，真的是。喂，我是熊，来吧！哦，干，干。哎呀，真的是不可以贪心哦。怎么贪心了呢？Let's go! What the fuck? I got a Kuma purple rank? My first ever purple rank in Tekken 8? It's a bear! Now bear is my main now, I guess. To be fair, bear is a lot easier to play, so I guess. You are a furry? Oh shit, I don't know if I'm a furry though. God, I don't know, is that obvious? I don't know when's gonna gonna find out that I'm a furry. And how you can infinitely more expressive when you speak Chinese. 母语啊，没有办法。When I speak Chinese, it's like my mother tongue, so I think it's a tad bit more natural, I would say. Just a tad bit.
Get ready for the next battle.
Mighty Ruler Burr.
Round 1. Fight.
1-1-1. Okay. 1-1-1. Ah! What? Ow. I didn't break that. Ow. I have no legs! That's a punishment I have. Maybe you love her team since you're a dragon. I'm kind of a dragon, I guess? I'm a couple. I cannot stop that. Yeah. If that's mother tongue, does it mean that's daddy's language? Probably. I don't know. I mean, combos are 1/8 dragon. I mean,
Round 3.
true. I forgot I'm supposed to be speaking Chinese. 尼玛，看我八告你！哇！有没有啊，大哥那么准？那么准的吗？1-1-1 always because I can confirm it, so why not? 啊，太多次了，太多次了，好痛啊，大哥！哎呀，不应该啊，这样就应该了。Boom， 棒，一股攻击。啊！不要，我死了！啊，可以，我死了。OK 咯。我紧张了吗？I'm gonna lose my mighty ruler in like in like 10 seconds. I'm gonna lose my mighty ruler link. Mighty ruler link. Oh gosh, I don't even know how to talk anymore. What? Ah! Okay. 尼玛，我这一只熊诶，你把我打到这样，真的是，哎呦。Okay. Taking Gokuma is actually real. It's not. It's far. Oh! 每次就是我声音凸起来的哦，真的是不耐你哦。哎。我都不知道发生什么鬼事情，真的是。 不要哦！我地板滚！哎呀，我死啦！真的是吐啊！我脚太短。没有啦，真的是，哎呀，这样怕的咩？我冲过去就这样 rage up 我了，真的是。I got this, I got this. Oh, no more Chinese? Okay. 我。I should have just jumped that one. We go boop! Oh. What a float! Fish! Save me, fish! Need to duck that. Ah! 我死了! I can't. 70k? 70k is a lot, no? What is that? Wow, shit, really? They're panicking way more than I do. Hey, we take those. Of course we take those. They're running two, got jabbed, and then they panicked. You should start to respect ray shards. Yeah, true. They will always do it. -3. What? My back is not clean. Oh my god. I need to hop kick this one, I'm dead. They always do it, right? They always do it. He ate it twice. Oh, nice, I ducked. Ow. Ow. Nice. A very aggressive dragon. I ducked. We take those.
You win.
Still didn't duck back 4-3. Hey. It's very hard to duck back 4-3 and also
Get
down for
ready
1-4.
the next battle.
They're like so fast. I cannot even react to them. Oh. That's fine.
Get ready for the next battle.
Victor! A Victor Baguette Hong Hong. A Baguette Hong Hong. Born apple teeth.
Round one.
I'm gonna offend everyone in the front. What? To be fair, I was minus. Shari! Born apple teeth! Wasn't I busted? Oh, strings.
Round two. Fight.
Ooh. It's minus 14. Nope. Aye. Still hard to react to throws. Wi-Fi is good, this one. Nice, that was a huge whiff. I ducked. Explosion! Explosion! Apa kamu buat, brother? Abang, hayya. Lompat sini, lompat sana. Apa kamu buat ni? Bop. Bop. Warlock. Nobody told you poaching is illegal? Korok.
Final round. Fight.
Explosion! Korok. We take those. Come here! Bop. Korok. Ow. Korok. Bad punish. We take those, goddamn. I get killed there. Explosion! Explosion! And it begins. Victor is not as monkey as he was back then, though. But still very monkey, though. They don't know the punish! Brother. Je te chill! Brother, I have no legs. Explosion! Ow.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, the armor is too good though. Is it a 50-50? Me first. I'm dead. Ichakimat. Explosion. It is still explosion. Oh. Oh, nice punish. Warlock. Yeah, I'm a bear, let's go. I'm gonna disrespect. I gotta disrespect the second time. Okay, I get it. I got victored. I've been victored. Let's go, bear. Damn. Now they're gonna do explosion. Ugas. Explosion. Ah! Oh my god, explosion costs that? Explosion! 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 Kodok! Jesus. No! I ducked the Glock, but I don't know when to punish it. I think I have to duck and then wait for a little bit because Victor will always teleport forward once he does the Glock. Look! Ow. Why do you keep doing that? Is it that good? Now it's your turn, bitch! I'm gonna disrespect it at some point.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, they were ready. it too many times there. They don't like it, no. Cool guts. Oh my god, range. Oh my god, range. Oh my god, armor. Nice mid. God, oh. Fair enough. Bed punish! Nice, that was bad. I love you're both slowed down now. Nah. Hey, we take those. Of course we take those. It's a W. If it's W, we take it. I mean, if it's L, of course I'll take it as well. There's no it's not like there's a choice in the matter, isn't it? Studies show penning a kobold is beneficial to heart health? Oh my god. I always love going to my Twitter and then just look at a bunch of kobold posting. And then of course a bunch of dragon stuff as well. It's so good. Also, X will never be X to me, it will forever be Twitter. X sucks. Looks like a porn site to me. I mean, it sounds like a porn site and I don't like it. It's Twitter. This one is kinda hard to do. Oh, oops. Oh, what the fuck is that? What was that effect? What the hell? I need to clip that one afterwards. Mode 7. Don't worry about it. Casual 70% damage, yeah. I mean, if all the electric hits, then all the full charge one. These are all full charged. Even this one as well. Casual 70% damage. How far is this? Let's say 2, 3? 3? Ching chong ching chong ching. Okay. 3 3.5啊，高遠咯呢個。Hi Brim，你好 ，Hello，
Get ready for the next battle.
你好 ，Stina 老巴卡斯。Hope you're doing good, Brim.
Round 1. Fight.
哦，不行耶，每次都被那个打。哇啦！我腳踢短，咁多腳，太遠啦！多麼病？啊咩的？可以可以可以！哇，我聽懂了，聽懂了嘞！喂。not that punishable。我腳痛踢了啊，大哥！阿姐，我腳痛踢了喂！哇！哦，okay okay okay。Just a sword behind the wife here to massage it and helps a lot. I hope you're doing well. Nice, sounds good. I'm doing pretty okay. Magnifique. Shmikshu. Shmikshu. Not dead yet. Fair enough. 毒toi. Adieu. 好痛啊！好痛啊！The charm works among the US force without fear of bears. I mean, to be fair, they can. I mean, she can handle herself pretty well.
Round 1. Fight.
Disgusting.
Fight.
Low. 來不及。哦，可以可以可以，他堵攔了，他堵攔了。哇，好 kick，OK。Safe。Oh, good punish. Oh mon père! Ow. Voila! Ah, it's a high. They should finish string. Oh mon père! Oh, what is that? 我今晚講華語啊，其實。Backdash is not clean. Man, everything is not hitting her. Down back 2 whiffs on every single attempt. What is this? I mean, I know Lily is evasive, but this is just something else.
Get ready for the next battle.
That doesn't feel good. Hmm. 讲真，我也玩了4个小时的跟灰赌蓝也是正常了，我觉得。
Get ready for the next battle.
而且现在全部是打妮娜、莉莉，全部这样 character 也是灰赌蓝很正常啊。
Your luck has run out.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh. Die. Oh god damn, that's a 3-hit wall splat guaranteed?
Fight.
Yeah. Oh. Of course they either battle ruler, they have no defense.
Fight.
No. I was doing something else. 不知道刚才有没有看到我要干嘛
Die in silence.
Die in silence because I'm Nina. Fish. Yeah, fair enough. Very plus.
Round 4. Fight.
Yeah. I'm Nina, I can press all the buttons I can in the world. Because all the strings are very hard to react to, and because I don't have enough knowledge, they're gonna run. Oh shit, they didn't. Good. More chance for me to learn. It's starting to feel like shit now that I'm fighting against Nina.
This should be fun.
Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Come on, it's a 1+2 break. I can make the throws. Weird. Oh, my back is not clean. Oh, is there another one break?
Round 4. Fight.
Fair enough. Oh, that's a punish. Mmm.
Final round. Fight.
That crush. Come on. There's no way. Yep, that made me feel like shit.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
That actually made me feel like shit.
Get ready for the next battle.
I know Nina is annoying to deal with, but that is just something else. I guess it's better to set the time limit for me to how long I can play Tekken. Like if I'm having a bad time, I should stop playing. But I always have this feeling of I just want to I want to learn, but at the same time when I meet with something like that, feels like absolute shit. And then when I know I press 1+2, then it just doesn't break. I hate it.
Round 1.
I know I can react to throws.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, shiny.
Hi again, numbers.
Fight.
I can react to things. I know.
Get ready for the next battle.
I reacted to all your strings. Of course they don't want to play. That's normal. I'm listening. I have an important question. You're so cute. I don't think I'm cute right now. Like, I'm throwing a tantrum again. Because I was fighting against Nina. I don't think I'm cute, though. I'll be fine. I could look at the replay feature afterwards and see what I can do against Nina. But I think the most important thing is that Nina is throwing all the throws possible and I'm just not breaking them. I don't know why. I am pressing 1+2, but it doesn't break. I mean, I can partially know why, because 1+2 is not clean. Look at that. It registers as 2 first. And 2 first. That's clean. That's 2 first, so that's why. Oh, thanks for head pets. Don't know why though. Is it? I kind of feel weird because I fucking love this game. But when sometimes going against something like that hurts my soul. It's like these days the game that I've been playing, I mean Tekken 8, also Monster Hunter Frontier. It's the game that I really fucking love, that I don't really want to stop playing them. But it's like, the game itself is too difficult sometimes, like Tekken currently, I fought against someone who's like, you know, who's obviously just spamming buttons, and then I know how to counter those, usually. But throws, sometimes I know when I cannot react to it, I take the throw, because obviously I cannot react to it. But sometimes when I react to it, even the C Sponge can see the throw, and just because the input is not clean, and I take the throw, it's like, huh? It doesn't make me feel good. Although it is kind of funny that my bear is my first purple rank in the game. I cannot believe it. I was thinking that maybe I can get Kazuya to like Mighty Ruler today, but no, it's bear, because Kazuya is a little bit stressful. So eventually I kind of stopped playing Kazuya, and then bear got to purple rank first, just breezing through the red ranks.
Next battle.
Okay, here we go. 6 wins, they know what they're doing. I had a feeling. There we go, finally! Nice punish. Oh, too late. Nice. Stick pull. Nice. Fair enough. Mine's faster. There, duck some strings, right? Chill out, it's fine. That's duckable as well. I think that's duckable as well. I don't parry. That's a punish. Ah. I got lucky. Nice. Nice. Ooh, what a duck and launch. No. Didn't duck that. Oh, they read my mind. Nice. I thought they were gonna do the tackle again. Let's see. Nice. Oh, it's not enough to armor. They're gonna do it again. Nice. Oh, we take those. Goddamn. They mess up the punish. Nice. No. This 1+2. Oh, I didn't break it in time. Nice. Still very hard to react to the strings, but I can see it. I got this. Nice. Oh, backsway, nice. A tiny backsway. Nice. Too much armor. Fair enough. I didn't expect them to do rage art over there. But they're in my brain. Good stuff. To be fair, I've been spamming too much armor, and they noticed. I pressed it too late. I don't think I pressed it too late though. Nice. That time I pressed 1+2, I think. The second last throw I pressed 1+2, but it didn't register. I should get used to this.
Get ready for the next
Or
battle.
instead, I should just try to use L1 button. It's a little hard to react with left hand. You know, while my left thumb is doing all the D-pad movement, and then suddenly I need to like change to this button to break the 1+2 break. It's a little bit difficult, but I think I can try to use it. I did try to use it a few times and it kind of works. Like usually I use this button for neutral, combo and stuff like that to have more consistent button press.
Get ready for the next battle.
I guess it's a good time to stop. After this one. Not because of Hwarang, but because I'm not having a good time now, so it's a good time to stop. If I'm not having fun, just stop and we can play again next time. Oh, nice. I just whip a jab. Ooh.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, I need to stop doing that, honestly. They're waiting for me to whip button, so... At least that's what they always do at the round start. Oh. I'm just gonna go for the easy kill. Hi, man. Hi. Hope you're doing good.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh. Really? This minus. Fair enough, that's a punish. Mix.
Final round. Fight.
Oh my god, what a read. They have a mix up there, so that's why I'm not ducking as much. Yes. I didn't break that. Oh, the mix. Okay. Not that bad, not that bad. I think the worst one is like the Nina match that really fucks me up.
Round one.
Maybe I should invest in a new controller now. Again? Ah! Oh my god, I was so slow. Oh, fair enough. That was minus.
Round two. Fight.
We take those.
Round three. Fight.
Ah, this minus 13. I cannot get hit by that. It's like a scope check. Nice. Still get hit. Too late. Mix. Oh, we take those. I had no health though. I wonder why they would do Ray Shot there. Oh, fair. Oh. Nice mix. Oh, get robbed. Oh. It's a strong string. I mean, they have no respect to my string, so delay it a little bit. Tuna wins. This is gonna be our last match. I'm gonna take a break from this a little bit. That Nina match really breaks me. It broke me. Can always play again next time. Ow. Getting teeth. They know that I'm looking for that now. Oh. Nice.
Round two. Fight.
What a backdash. Fair enough. Oh, don't just low parry like that. Oh, not too sure what to do there. Akuma is too big body. Oh, nice. Good enough. Alright, let's check out the Nina replay. I still can't believe I got my Kuma to like purple rank first. I thought Kaze is gonna be first, but guess not. Here.
Get ready for the next battle.
I was knocking some strings, but it's just so many throws unbroken.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah, this one is a Takabo, but it's very hard. This one is very hard. Oh, because I didn't do... I wanted an Oki option. How is this reactable? Oh my god. Okay, what did I press? Oh, that was way too slow. Oh, wait, show me again. Looks like a was standing move. And this triple slam counter hit, counter guaranteed string. Yeah, this one they call on what I'm doing. This one is too hard. I didn't ever break. Yeah, I pressed 1 first. I just realized the health gain. That's insane. That must be punishable, right? Ah, 15. Oh, so this weird ass launcher is a 15. I can launch her for it. Okay, okay. Yeah, I saw them spamming Rage Out towards the end there. I think I lost this round. I don't remember.
Die in silence.
Poaching animals? I thought that shit is illegal. Ah. God damn it, it's just not clean. I can react to throws. Oh, so upsetting. This is 17. Getting away with murder. Okay. Did I press? I pressed 2 first. Okay. Which one? This one? Whoa, that's hard to react to. Oh my god. I think that last kick was like what, 17? This one? It is 17. Okay, kill her for it. Some strings punishable, I didn't punish. Okay, at least I'm learning a little bit about Nina.
Get ready for the next battle.
Why is Downey's getting auto-modded? Hi, Coffee Mensa. I don't know what that means, but I'm not gonna allow it.
This should be fun.
Free Downies for all kobolds. But we want uppies. Oh, down break 1-2 is a punish. It's the opposite of uppies. Yeah, but why is it auto-modded? Held a message for a reason. Disability? Oh. Oh, that's a word? I didn't know. Yeah, hi, Coffee Mensa. No, opposite of uppies. We want uppies. We want uppies. I press 2. I didn't confirm that. Not clean again. Not clean input. Killed me. Like she's been doing all that throw. It's so upsetting. I think that was only minus 13. Yeah, 13. So down break 1-2. Oh, that's punishable. Wait, that's 5. That's how punishable is that? Oh, it's 15. Wow. Okay. I press 2 there. Steppies. Hey, if a dragon is giving me steppies, I'll take it. Yeah, this is a 2 break. I press 1. Looks like a 1. It's so fast. Check it. After this. Man, that looks like a 2! It's a 1 break? Oh, it's a 2 break. Oh, it's a 2 break. I pressed 1. Oh, sorry. It's a 2 break. And then I thought the follow is gonna be a 1 break, but it's a mix-up. It's a 2 break. It's a 1+2 break. I was holding 1. I didn't punish that. That's a punish. Can't you put this input in one of the triggers or bumpers? I did, but to break throws, you need like a quarter of a second to react to. And since you have like 1, 2, or 1+2, all the reactions is putting on the fingers that I have. So it's on my square and triangle button. I have a L1 button that is like 1+2, but to press L1 to break throw is way harder. It's really hard because my left hand is all doing the input of movement already, and then suddenly wants me to break throws. It's a little bit difficult. That's why I feel like the dirty inputs of this controller is really killing me here. That was me pressing a wrong break. There's a punish, bro.
Final round. Fight.
Hey, crush. Not clean input killed me. I think this one is also a not clean input. No, I pressed 1. That was me being stupid. And then they changed to a 2 throw here, but I pressed 1+2 instead this time. Like, over here you can't even see shit. I can't even react that that's a 2 break. So unfortunate.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
So in total there's like 4 dirty inputs that I couldn't break. What can I do? I mean I could buy a new controller, but man, it's gonna be expensive. I'll use this one still. I'll try to home, like if I see 1+2 I just press left 1, I just press L1 to break the throw, but oh man, this might be asking myself, asking too much of myself here. Shit, it's the first time I feel so powerless against a throw when all I lose to, that I'm losing to a dirty input. I'm more disappointed on myself than getting angry at other people here. I mean, honestly, just me cannot break throws. Yeah, couldn't really throw a tantrum at someone else, can I? She doesn't look 44. Who? Nina? Where's Nina? Wait, where's Nina? Oh. Oh, it didn't say their age here. I mean, she's been in the Tekken scene for, I think, starting from Tekken 1. Nina has been there. I guess next time we could play some Reina. Reina high execution, but at least Reina has some cheese. In Tekken 1 she was 20. Man, has it been 24 years? Shit. I don't know how close it is, or like how accurate it is between like the time passed. Yeah, Nina doesn't look 44. I mean, she has good skincare, I would say. Very good skincare. Yeah, next time we can play some Reina, but this is what I mean. So, I don't know. This is like a Tekken pad or like Tekken controller grapple. Oh, it's how I grab. It's how I grab my controller. Right. So thumb and my D-pad, and then two fingers. Two fingers. I'm not holding the right side of the controller. I'm holding left side of the controller, and then the right side of the controller I just have like. I just set on my thigh, and then two fingers playing the buttons here. The square, triangle, X, O, like all those buttons. That's how I play. So that's why I really rely on like the 1+2 being consistent. Yeah, not clean. I guess one frame is fine, question mark? Yeah, you see, it's all like two first. It's all two first, like you. I just learned that Lily isn't her real name. Oh, is it not? I actually didn't know. I don't know much about Tekken character lore. And then let me change to the other controller. Lily's full name is Emily de Rochefort. Rochefort. But people just call her Lily. Fair enough, I guess. So this is another controller I have. The OnePlus 2 I'm pretty sure is like very consistent. See? Different controller. Like sometimes I still get like 30 inputs, but not as much. So long as the first input is 1+2, then it's all good. I can break bros. But the problem with this controller is that the D-pad, I don't know why to do like some hard inputs or like electrics. I don't know why they always have like that one extra down forward one here, or like one extra down forward input here. So it feels very weird. But yeah, that's the problem I'm facing. But I guess I'll try to get good with like breaking throws with the left button. With the L1 button here. That's consistent. Instead of pressing 1+2. I mean, I could do this. Just a little bit harder. It's okay. At least I had a bit of a good time today. It is only when I realized that the controller is actually just like not working properly, and that's why I realized that so many throws that I'm actually reacting to and not broken because of the inputs. Unfortunate. What can I say? Unfortunate. It's 5 p.m. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. I don't know. Like I could watch some food crimes, but I don't know. 8. I kind of feel like I want to sleep. I kind of feel like I want to sleep. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Also, have I ever told you guys that I'm taking care of a little plant here? It's growing really fast. It's okay. Then I'll do a slightly shorter stream than usual today. Ah, man. Just slightly shorter than usual. I mean, it's still like about 5 hours. Good enough here. To be honest, I think today it's like... I think after that Nina match, I should have just stopped. Yeah, I should have just stopped. Like, honestly, I love the game. I love Tekken 8, I love Monster Hunter Frontier, but if I'm not having a good time, it's best to stop for a little bit and then maybe play more afterwards. Right? Just need to like calm down and then play more afterwards once we are, once my brain is clean and stuff like that. Here, I'm gonna listen to this. Always love Big Time Rush? Hi-Fi Hi-Fi Rush. I used to watch Big Time Rush when I was a kid. Don't know why, but I kinda like it. I kinda like it. Oh, Brain is streaming. Oh, Breen is playing Path of Akra. I couldn't buy any games these days. I'll just stick with what I have currently. couldn't really buy games. It's alright. Let's raid Breen. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the ad. I'm looking at the ad that's playing on Breen's stream right now. It's like A Quiet Place. Looks like a very scary movie. Anyway, I'll keep it short today. Maybe I'll get some break because I don't think my brain is at the best. I don't think my brain is at the best mindset currently, so I'll take a break. And so I'll also do like a slightly shorter stream today. It's only like about 5 hours. I think that's good enough. That's good enough. Now I'll take care of myself. Someday I'll try to like not let I'll not let this like I'll try not to let games it makes me feel like this too much. I'll try. Like I honestly love the game that I play. Like Tekken is really the game that I want to play always. And then also there's Monster Hunter. But sometimes I feel bad when I go apeshit like this. Because when I do this, that means that, you know, the vibe is not good already. So yeah, I definitely it's kind of my fault here. You know, couldn't hold back the anger. So I'll try my best in the future. You know, I know I say this a lot, but I'm still only like human. I will try slowly but surely improve myself over time. Alright? And give Kobo health. Health received. I have got health. Let me summon Bernie real quick.
Yep.
Oh, the yips. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. And then all the yips. I mean, I'm sure... Even though I'm sure a lot of people know about my Discord already, like in the chat at least, but here's my Discord. It's usually where I post my stream starting. Haven't done a secret stream in a while. Like I usually do my secret stream during Thursday or Wednesday. Yip. All the yips. All the yips. We love the yips. I don't think I'm missing anything. I think ooh, shiny. Oh wait, no. Let me type it right to Breen. Raid la Hyroxes. So many yips. All but crap. I just sorry lo. Just now kena bully ma. Oh, thank you, Roxas. Yeah, check out the cute Kobo. Cute Kobo. Yeah, I need to relax my brain a little bit. I think that Nina match broke me beyond repair a little bit. So, which is why I'm like super low energy and trying to conserve something here with little sanity that I have left. So yeah, head pets brain. Thank you. Definitely need more pets. I mean, on Twitter I just found that studies show that petting a kobold is beneficial to heart health. And we have 2 kobolds here. We have at least 2 kobolds here. The good stuff. A tickle brain. Oh my god, that's actually kind of scary. How are you even tickling brain? Oh, that's a lot of pets. Thank you, man. all the pets. Right. I'll go calm down. Oh yeah, and of course Salo. God, that's such a cute pet though. That's such a cute pet for Salo. Oh yeah, I should probably do the raid message first. I kind of want to use... make it uppies, right? This one. Why are you eating meat? You're a Bunai. You're not supposed to eat meat, Roxas. You're a Bunai. Even that bone is gone. Yep. Yeah. So we will be using that raid message. Kobold flavor. God damn it, don't eat kobold. No, don't eat kobold. I'll eat you back. You're just a Bunai, I can eat you. Or at least I can eat your ankle. Okay, I type in the raid. I'm ready to raid. I'll go take care of my brain for a little bit. I'll be fine. Just need some time. Tomorrow I'll do Atla. I'll try to finish out the model so that I can get the 150k redeem done again. So hopefully, hopefully tomorrow I'll be able to finish it. I don't think there's much left, so yeah, we'll see. Cause Crab, I really don't want to play Crab. No, I don't wanna. I need to play Nightmare. I don't want that. Okay, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobold loves y'all. Is it cause I played it? No. What makes you think that? I haven't played Crab Champions in a long time. And thanks for Head Pet Nexus. Here comes the raid to bring. Thanks for the Head Pets. I'll be fine. Kobold promise. And here's the raid message. I mean, of course, you guys can use whatever email you guys want. Maybe I should modify this a little bit as well. Modify the raid message a little bit. Must add the tail back. Maybe listen to some not Big Time Rush. It's not Big Time Rush, it's Hi-Fi Rush. Oh my god. Okay, no, you bong me, no? It's like that one, no? I should probably get ready for tomorrow's stuff a little bit as well. I think... Oh yeah, I forgot about the tail, of course. I forgot about the tail for the model. Right, I forgot. I think it's pretty easy to add it in tomorrow, it's fine. I think tomorrow should be able to finish the whole model and render out one picture. Finally, after a year. Man, it's too slow. Yeah, take care everyone. Kobold loves y'all. And see you guys tomorrow with some art. Bye bye. Take care. Ow. I just hurt my hand. All good. Bye bye.